evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream tonight. Potato indeed. Where's my thing? Where's my thing? Button. Here we are. Alrighty. So to recap what happened last time, by the way, though it's mostly Sora right now, hello everybody and welcome to the stream tonight. So in a brief recap of what happened last time, we had been investigating some kind of weird occurrence that was happening involving our Pickpocket friend Gina. And she got herself arrested. I can't remember what it was for though. It was like, oh yeah, it was for the murder of the pawn shop broker. Also, Herlock Sholmes got shot as well. So we have a lot of things going on. Also, Sasuto started heading back to Japan because her father is sick. So now literally it's just me and Iris in court together, while we try to defend Gina from the murder. Now, we don't really know who did it yet. The only thing we kind of have confirmed is that there were some bandits in the shop at the time that had shot Mr. Sholmes. I don't remember. I think we were in the middle of having to prove something. We hit it at intermission, so I don't remember what was happening at the exact moment. But it's not been going well. That's fine, Sora. I understand. There's not much else to do in this other than listen. It is a visual novel situation. So what just happened? Could you give me a recap, please? A very brief one. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Thank you. Witness, you will now have to retake the stand. What witness? What witness is retaking the stand? Oh, yeah, the policeman. The burglars and the policeman. Sorry. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summonation and examination? Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Me and Mr. Skulkin. Core blimey! This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam as soon as it was, wasn't it? It was, Nash, was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out and Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Cold blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items in the victim's counter. Oh, that's right. That's what we had discovered. I never done enough with a so agile figure that out. Oh, they're not in. Oh my God. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. With each lie that passes your lips, serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Smash! And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. The way his jowls jiggle. His freaking thick cheeks. It's shown by Grace here. Welcome, Ness, by the way. I thought worth pondering, perhaps. Is that poor? Say no more, Gov. We hear you. We blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. What does that even mean? Illegal entry, the whole truth. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots that made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lord, me didn't give me fright. We was thinking that Suda came out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back we found it and scampered, straightened them in the black. We wouldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we? This is what? So you admit the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah? Uh-oh. Objection. Hi, Ramirez. How's it going? Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled there on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Dash, we don't. Can't even make it sound a bit more cutthroat. You can't just be when these men showed up after Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it, as we pan over to the detective. Alright. So how's everyone doing tonight? We did knock. Okay, I don't need to read that part over. I need information. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Good, sir. Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash. We ain't. If we meant something like that, people would think we's up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China. We only land ourselves in more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landing yourselves in even more trouble. Well, this rotten look, says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? You never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. He doesn't like that. Sorry. I don't know what that means. They had time to clean up, but didn't have time to just run. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much. Yeah, that bag o' nerves didn't keep his shirt on. Look, he was loud, alright, by me. Me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big Brovius screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. Of course, the little one is the big brother. That's always how it works. Knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. They got tangled in some marionette. You knocked over the picture frame, what, them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a wicked! Me granny would have been scared back into your grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. An insult! I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! Wait, what? Detective? Hi, Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. Okay, but that's not what I asked. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at that what Mr. Skulkin said. I'm gonna cook while you do your trial. What are you gonna cook, my man? Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. Hot dogs. Oh, that sounds yummy. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told us slightly different stories of what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. You might have, Gov. Might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but it's still... I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time! That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak! Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. You are your Gov. Okay. Just for a gunshot, you heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" Hold it! So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did go, we did! Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Honey Granny's alive, of course he was. Oh, these Granny's alive, of course he was. So, that would mean... Well, you both knew Mr. Winterbank, and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Well, it sounds like they... I mean, if you're gonna freaking case a joint, you're gonna have to go in there and check it out first. You wouldn't come in and just break in any old place and then not do your research. I mean, assumingly. I have no idea what it's like to be a criminal, but I've seen enough crime shows. You don't just go in and randomly steal. Because then it's like, what if you go in there, waste your time breaking into a place with nothing? You've done nothing but just make your life harder for no reason. Granted, again, criminal life is not really, you know what I mean. No, we didn't know the geezer. Well, how did you know what his... how am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in the fancy clover's giving me the sea why? I don't know what he was trying to say there. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, and on me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget, we tied it up after, like, the good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke who owned the place owned the guns. We must have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. This is new, too. You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight at them two waving and guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before shouting, you heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant in the mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd rarely put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Sorry to say this, but Van Zeeks is pretty. He ain't a bad-looking 30-year-old. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, you certainly sound like he was ready to pull the trigger on the other night. Only the person was gonna shoot beating him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet you wish you could squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, give me that gun. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Am! Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed. We heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we just dumb slap and dash tying the place up. Well, we didn't get half far. We'd think we'd shoot, come out, and no one get us next. Hold it. So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? No, your life! I went dead so quiet after that did, but they went right up me. What does that mean? But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? Weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gove, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of this inside the storeroom, like through the keyhole, or spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, no light, no lights. don't light no lights. Had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious with a gun in her hand. Just to confirm, it would be correct that neither of you has set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov, that's right! Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. I don't know about that. We stuck everything back where we found it and scraped it right back in the black. What does that even mean? Yes, whereupon you fired a shot at from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, he was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, was, truth be told, I was always shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. You tell him, Iris. Good advice, miss, good advice. I don't understand anything, but I'm still enjoying. Great. That just means my attempt at voice acting is somewhat entertaining in this game. Truth be told, we mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we licked it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Oh, well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it? God, what have we been doing? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker because we never even had a chance, did we? Hold it! And why should we believe that? What? Because it's true, ain't it? It's totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who has the gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to the T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Not really true, I wonder. Okay. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you out some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I've got no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very illogical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in, and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. You know, I was thinking that. Okay. Okay, so I didn't want to go through this dialogue again. Alright, gotcha. So what do I have on my person in terms of evidence? We've got 2 pages worth of evidence. Representation papers, that's not helpful. Tickets. Why do they look like Splatoon? They do kind of look like Splatoon. They look like little old school cartoon villains. So who shot this? Okay, pop went to bank. What's this? This is the omnibus murder case. Right. What's this? Okay, well that's not helpful, I don't think. What am I doing here? Okay. Okay. He says the owner of the place should have just fired. So, I'm gonna go with the fact that in this photo, she's holding the gun. How would they know he had it? That's what I mean. So let's. Yo, is that it? Yo, I did it! You're saying that on the night in question... Thank you. God, I was like, what is my brain doing? You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was holding a gun. Or, sorry, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, nice. Yes, no question. They do look like Splatoon characters with them eye masks, though. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection.
Hold it. You'll surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Ah, just let me finish. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print test presented was taken a suitably short period of time after the victim's death. The chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, it's right. You're right, Nest, you're right. The old geezer could have been about to turn tables on the girl here. Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Stop. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Wait. Skulkin's never skulking. My God, wait a minute. That didn't do anything? It was a red herring! Ah! How was that? What the frick? That didn't do anything. Oh man, I was so excited. Yeah, at least it didn't take a tick away. It's optional dialogue, I guess. What? What point am I going for, anyway? I know they're hiding something. What if I press this? Hold on. Wait, what? But that doesn't make any... What? Ah, what? Phone, be quiet. Okay. Okay, so that didn't help. What is going on? Okay. So what angle am I going at?
Hold it!
Just doing the mimic. If you don't want to get shot, give me the gun. Implying that there are two of them shooting the... What? Okay, that sounds like... Okay, so the... God, this is not helpful. Hold on, did this have anything? I can't remember. Yeah, you're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Two of them waving guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before we shouted, you know, he said, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't exactly sound like you meant it, man. Okay, wait. Wait. Okay, wait. Wait, did that just kind of sloop back around? Okay, we're back to this again. But there's only one gun. What am I doing here? Okay, so they're saying if you don't want to get shot, hand me the gun. So what does that even mean? The gun. Okay, so there's only one bullet. Because I already know it's not the picture, obviously. She has the gun, but why would he threaten her with the gun if she had it? That's what I'm saying. It's like... Like, this is... I feel like I'm stuck. Oh my god. What am I? What am I supposed to do here? Okay, so it's like maybe if I go back to a previous statement, things will be different because of the. If I go back.
Hold it!
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. I'm back to this stupid dialogue again. What am I going for? What angle of attack? There's so much wrong here, and I don't even know how to hit any of it. 'Cause I can't present evidence mid explanation. They know who he is. That's still not gonna happen. Yeah. Okay. Do I have proof that they could have shot? Is that what we're going at? Single discharge. A report? Oh, God, did I not see this? Okay. Single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No visible signs of trauma. The bullet entered from the body from the back on a gentle rising diagonal trajectory. Okay, so a wound to the heart from the back on a slightly rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. No, they're not both dead. Did it go through? Okay, so it was in the back. I know this. Wound to the heart from the back. Okay, so is... Okay, I think I know what I'm doing here. Where do I want to present this? Where am I going to present this? I think I know what I'm going to present. Maybe here. I'm I'm gonna try this. Where's the autopsy report? Alright. Nope, that's not it. But it was in the back. Okay, then I'll try this one. We're gonna have to fiddle around here. That's still not right. What do I do? They had the chance. There's a window. Is that shown in here? Maybe this one? I don't know. I'm literally... I'm gonna game over on this. Because I don't know what to do. I'm gonna game over. It's fine. We'll take chocolate as a learning experience. That's not right either. What happens if I game over? Okay, hang on. If I load... Is this the autosave? Okay. No, I reloaded. I'm like, this isn't working. I don't want to beat my head on the wall like this, but I want to figure it out. What angle of attack am I going for here? There's so many problems here. God, I can't get through this fast enough. Okay, so there's like a... So where... I don't know what to do. I've gone after the logical sections here. You're just listening. That's fair, especially if I'm not reading everything. Single bullet wound from the back. Single bullet wound from the back. Okay, there's a... I'm gonna feel like an idiot when I find it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna look something up then for it. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so hold on. Present the new crime scene photograph of the new statement 3. That's here. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I hit L instead of R. Okay. Oh my god, I get it. Okay. Okay, so I don't know if I've done this one. Alright, so first off, let's see what this does. We're seeing that on the night in question. The victim, Mr. Winterberg, was holding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. He's nice, yeah, no question. Okay, and yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. Okay. You surprise me. Does the defense... Okay, yeah. Do I have a... The established photographic print presented was taken a stupidly short time prior to the victim's death. Chronologically is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. You're right, Nash, you're right. Old geezer could have been about 10 tables on the girl. Highly likely. No infringement stands exclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. Heed my warning about earlier witnesses. Okay. Skull consent for skulking. Okay. Okay, so wait, where do I put this then? Oh, I presented the wrong thing. Okay, so hang on. This is done. You're writing the Metopia. Oh, the Metopia story's still writing. Oh, screen looking like. Okay, so I didn't realize I didn't present this. All right, so now that we know that event is gone, I think I had to present that first to get that. Maybe. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? This is literally the chain of thought I had. It was just the wrong piece of evidence at the wrong spot. I thought I presented the autopsy report, but maybe I have to do the picture first, then the autopsy report, or some nonsense. It's the order of events. Yes, Governor, you got the picture? Yes, nice, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. That's what I've been saying! Yeah, you what? Gordon Bennett ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no questions that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Okay, but that doesn't... That Maltosa used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out, which again is what I've been saying. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayals of the victim's final moments? The autopsy report.
Take that!
Take that, fool. According to their testimony, The witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, not the best boy, but still pretty. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin. Yeah! But he's gone on its truth. Isn't it? She's when he was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and he saw it with his own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission of these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. His motherfucker shot him in the back. Exactly. Which only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Yeah. Good Lord. Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Oh, well, thing is, it wasn't supposed to. Uh-oh. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witnesses would be the death of you. Might understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? I'm ever so sorry, Governor. The truth is, see, cut out, Nash, cut out! If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us? Hey, who are they talking about? Mario and Waluigi, the real culprits. Welcome back, Isolate. Now, you just missed me flumming around for a little bit. I'm thinking there's something else going on, but they keep lying about the description of the events. So now they've seen basically learned they've seen the owner that night when they said that they hadn't. Let me make your position perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. A witness lying? No effing way. Ugh. Bro, come on, the game's up. But ever gets regarders. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. That's illegal. I demand that you testify again with precise circumstances in which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? Yes, on pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. That's why I said it. I had to break out the guide isolated. It was bad. The problem was I just misunderstood where I was supposed to present a certain piece of evidence on the wrong statement. That's literally all it was. I had the whole thing right. I just didn't put it in the right spot. That was the problem. Aye, so we just got inside Gaff and clear Sile really for He's to show his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and he flew us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For no geezer, the bloke sure was strong as an ox. He took me over the counter. You haven't counted earthquakes? No. Wait, why? There's something going on? Is there a sound that's going on in the microphone? That's that no one has informed me of. It might be the swiveling fan. I pulled my gun on him and then legged it through the door in the back room. Okay, hang on, I'll fix it. No one said anything I didn't know is in range. Okay, it should be there now. You're the first person to mention it. Man, sorry people in post. Oh god, why am I freaking sweating so much? It's not even that hot in here. I don't get it. Ugh. Good grief. I'm mainly listening to the stream while I write. Put my gun on him and then legged it through the door into the back room. Yes, why am I freaking sweating like crazy? It's not even hot! We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. What? That's not helpful. So you're now telling us that the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah? Sorry. Well, find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But I was going to this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Cross-examination. Hi, so we just go inside the gate. Okay, I don't care about reading that part again.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank. Well, I mean, that's why. We was keeping close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must be where it popped up from. What place could have been? So if it seems the victim was already in the storeroom when he put us into the premises. Which means Jeannie must have been there at that point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What? That Molotov? Couldn't tell you. No, wake up ahead, bigger fish fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and flew at us like he was possessed. We had it.
Hold it!
You mean that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too? However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. No, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Oh, well, yeah. Was the victim Mrs. Windibank wielding a gun at the time? He was, yeah, but boy, look at me, the great big ugly barrel and pointing straight at me front of face. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time, is that right? He's going, he's spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. He was bad at him, I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like, Nash, you thought we had it, I mean... Your British is at least level 101. Oh, geezer, both strong, and I'll chuck me over the counter.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked old old bucks, he had candlesticks, some skull, whatnot. They got tangled in some marionette and knocked over the picture frame, what knocked the scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Brother went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. The old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash. If you hadn't been there, the bug would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. As the timing questions, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button on this counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him and linked it to the door in the back room.
Hold it!
I couldn't understand what he was trying to say there. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bro, when he was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled to the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He didn't show me why. He ran up through the door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jeannie was there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open a storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? Even with subtitles. I know, right? This little inconsistency should be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, boinies, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and me brother here. And a gun she found. You had nothing to do with kill me, though. I swear.
Hold it!
You say you have nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing of nothing. Oh, geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Looked it was from inside. You know it was, of course, he tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Man, the rain just came down out of nowhere. Inside the storerooms, with the pawnbrokers, there was only one other person. The sole person who could have possibly shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Well, it would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I say they're still lying. I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? I mean, I want to say there could have been. Mr. Skulkin. Hey, what? Who's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And that is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. What exactly are we going with? You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. These are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel. Oh, sorry, wrong person. Counsel! You must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Ice did it. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Reno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there is a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. Dang, got away. So now, time for some clarity. Shows the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Okay, well... Alright, I'm going to have a look at something here. I need to make sure I have some visible proof of what I'm going to suggest, or I'm going to get laughed out of the court. Alright. Okay, not in this picture, but it is from behind. He did fall forward, so his back was facing the door. I don't know why. We know there's a window. That's how we saw into the room. There's a window on the door. It's not in this picture because of the way the room changed, but it is in this one. You can see the window in the door. I do have evidence. That's what I'm going to go with.
Take that!
The defendant believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And the answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Right here. That's what I'm trying to say. The defense believes that the victim would have been in this position here. Oh my god. It's what your answers in fact show is that your own position is as absurd as those you have indicated in this plan. What are you saying? What defense seeks is saying, counsel, that your answers are clearly flawed. That's not what. Oh my god. What do you mean? Twice as many chances to be wrong. So the questions are, from where did the culprit shoot the victim, and where was the victim at the time? Well, I don't see why we can't show that someone other than Jeannie could have done it from the storeroom, do you? Yes, that's what the right way of looking at it, I suppose. Someone on the other than Gina in the storeroom. Wait, what? What's the best move here? Should I try again, or gather more information first? Okay, hold on. We'll leave it for now. My lord, I would like to consider the situation a little more before giving you my answers again. Consider the situation as much as you like. The answers do not exist. Okay, I must be missing something. Very well, the court will hear from the witnesses again while you debate, counsel. Okay. Ah, in the courtroom. So that's all the brothers are willing to reveal this time, is that it? They're still hiding something, don't you think? Yes, I'm sure of it. And not just a minor detail either. It was almost certainly because of these two that poor Mr. Windibank, well, you can't let them get away with it, Runo. I know, but I get the feeling that there's even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. We've come so far. Now it's time to finish them off. Well, I'll do my best. You have a pass. Good Lord.
Hold it!
Yes. With the last remark, but that doesn't quite ring true. Okay. Fled into the storeroom, your gun pointed at him, is that it? That's it. Shoved me away, ran through the door, and shut himself in. I don't know why Mr. Winby ran to the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jeannie was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did he end up getting up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but strange, isn't it? Okay. Okay, what do I have? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh, wrong car. Okay. My brother, I don't understand what is happening. Why would he go back in there? I thought it would be to protect her because, you know, something happened. I really know what I want to say, and I don't know how to say it. Alright, let me try pressing this. See, it had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all! Nothing of nothing. Okay, yeah. Shut him in there, didn't you? Looked, it was from the inside. You knew it was because you tried to open it. It's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. That's not... Okay, that's not helpful. There's no one else doing it. He's right. Gina's the only one. There was no one else in the room. With an attitude like that, Runo, it really will be all over. Shush! Now 10-year-old's reading the expression on my face. That's not... Well, you just don't have that many. Wide-eyed, sweating, smug, and happy. That's about it. And not even slightly. I mean, this is exactly what's happening. Surely there's more than that, isn't there? Anyway, I think you might want to consider some other possibilities here. Or rather, I think you have to. Otherwise, we won't get anywhere. Or rather, you won't get anywhere. I'm just here for moral support, remember? And it's at times like this I really appreciate the most. They're hiding something, don't you think? Yeah, I'm sure of it. And it's not just a minor detail. It's almost certainly because of these two, that poor Mr. Windibank. Well, can't let him get away with it, Runo. I know, but I get this feeling that there's even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. Okay, we've come so far. Now it's time to finish him off. Okay, I get it. What do we do? Why would they breathe a sigh of relief when the geezer showed up? And sirens leave me be. Okay, so what do we have to work with? Okay, so this... Okay. So she let him back in there. And then that happened afterwards, where they had fixed it. Five this roll over 6 others. Switch to a single shots fired. God, who shot this bullet then? Who was wounded here? It's not Mr. Windibank. Because Mr. Windibank's blood is blue. The pawnbroker, the thrice fight mason was 3. Okay, so what is this? Well, it said the shot was from behind. I think it had to be a great inkling. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna double check something. And see if I just misplaced on the map and I'm wasting time. Okay. Okay, that is exactly what happened. There's nothing... I didn't miss anything. I just did it wrong. I just put on the map wrong, which sucks. That's the problem. That is exactly what I just did wrong. These men are lying. Alright, let's get back to the map. I can't believe that this is what was wrong. I'm annoyed that this is what it is. where the person fired the gun. From out here.
Take that!
Vince the culprit would have shot from this location here. And to the second question. In here.
Take that!
Thank you, game. Thank you, video game! The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which shows that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, a little less racist, just a little bit. Pulled me gun on him and then they legged it in through the door in the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah! It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah! Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. And who else in this room is very short? The man suck. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body in an upward trajectory. Now, the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I am sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Who claims the victim was shot as he fled into the room? Do you also claim that his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Of course not. But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis as a court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? That would be Jenna, the only person in the room.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Dude, the person that just ran in was shot to death! Ah, yes. That's the tricky one, that, isn't it? Oh, my God. Have big notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Jeannie would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? My God. Why can't we ever be smart? Well, if I was Jeannie in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in their direction, hadn't they? Exactly! Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would have leaves the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang! Iris really is hogging the only brain cell. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see you going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But bang! I mean, we ain't the ones that done it. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. You shot someone already. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, shut up. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Yeah! I hear these stupid yells. No one... Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as dense forest. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll never have given the verdict not... Hold on. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? Wait, three brothers? You're talking about the police officer. You have a very high IQ to understand Law and Order. Wario? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I find the defense's argument most persuasive. Uh-oh, wine time. I dare say. Such chicory is the bread and butter of the street performance of your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant, malicious conjecturing tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pifflery here. I don't know what he just said. What? The hypothesis you put forward so obstinately, credibly, cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? You mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? Well, I know exactly where he's going with this. There's an unaccounted bullet. I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might not idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is so the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Fire! Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. But, George, count bullets! Oh, dear. He noticed then. Thanks, Irish, making it sound like a trick. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir. Tell us the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, which hits the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Well, that's not true either. We're all forgetting the bullet in the calendar. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. Wait, what? The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appeared to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. How tall is Mr. Sholmes? The calendar is massive. We're saying that's is Sholmes' bullet? That's what we're going with? I thought the bullet was stuck in his body. Hold on a second. Okay, so we're really insinuating that bullet that high up. I thought Mr. Sholmes was shot in the gut. Do we have evidence anywhere that shows where he was shot at all? People? Maybe it says it in his category. Nope. That's not helpful at all. I don't have any proof of where he was shot. That's what we're going with. Okay, well, now I'm really confused. That's not what I was saying, but alright. We don't have any proof of who that blood is. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. Chadlock Sholmes is actually 12 feet tall. The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it was! A single bullet from each! Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find. If the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nippon street performer presented an obscenely credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ah! Oh, God, blast it back. Okay, I have a great counterpoint if they let me say it. Okay, so the only evidence, because we don't have ballistic markings or any of that horse crap in this era, all we have is evidence of the gun. So we know that the Skulkin brother, we're saying the Skulkin brothers' gun was shot once because the chamber is loaded with 5 out of 6 bullets. So they're saying one shot was fired. And they're saying that that Mr. Windibank's gun was fired because it only ever had 1 bullet, and it was gone. But here's the thing. Who's to say that the Skulkin brothers didn't just reload the bullet back into the gun for a second shot? There's no evidence that they didn't reload the gun. They could have reloaded it at any point for the second shot on Sholmes. And if you're in a shootout, you're going to want to reload whenever you can. They could have just taken the bullet from the gun of Mr. Windibanks and reloaded it. That's all it would take. I don't know. They're both revolvers. I imagine that the bullet would probably fit. That's my logic right now. Frey forgives the discourtesy of flings and drags this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeek, stop throwing things! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has passed the road with the criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond the doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. Slamal, sorry. We have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Wait, I want to see it! Give me I need to see! Let me have that. This is gonna prove it. I need to test that blood. We're taking that, whatever it is, to Mr. McGillen's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGillen is to be taken into evidence now. We're gonna label her as an accomplice to that. Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGillen's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with the article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and which none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Make no mistake, any sympathy towards the accused on the account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. There's no crime she would not commit. The court forgets the fact that it's peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take in this music box. This is evidence, counsel. As a grim statement to the defendant's character.
What? Who yelled? Oh, Lord Van Zeeks! Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Alright, I need to see that. The prosecutor has established the accuser's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Okay, give me that. I need that. Alright, Iris, we need your thing. Come on, please be thinking the same thing. Oh, Runo, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. You don't say! Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought we'd be waiting forever! Alright, hold still with that disc, Runo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash! Green? Is it green? Yeah, there it is! Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Yeah! There we go. The same green. So now I know exactly who was shot when the calendar was hit. That's Windibank's bullet. So that one is Windibank's bullet for sure. There's the freaking stupid Eggs Benedict in the shop. Okay, for anyone who didn't see the earlier part of the investigation when we were getting Sholmes' violin back, so if you didn't miss that, that was the first time we came into this shop. There was some fancy-looking gentleman guy named himself Eggs Benedict and ran from the police. Yeah, when he tried to take the music disc, I think from Gina, she scratched him with the disc, and that's his blood. So now we've established. Let's continue. I know my plan of attack. So there is nothing more to that. Dude, he is ripped, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Yo, I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once. For all of 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord! Who said that? Mind if I might say something at this point? Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about and been in the fog up to now, the truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's bodily obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no, not again. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as the defendant, blah, 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 blah.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, here we go again. Yep. Let's get going.
We have consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Didn't Sherlock Holmes actually say that? Make that line famous? The real Sherlock Holmes? That's my line! I wrote that for Hurley! There we go! Ah, how dare he use it against us! Don't worry, Iris, I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realized. There must be, because there's one more thing that I'm absolutely sure of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summonation examination of the day.
He knew! He knew!
Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Jared M. Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Alrighty, boys. Let's go. Judicial findings. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. That's not it. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Wait, what, Sora? What are you saying? I'm gonna have smooches. Oh my goodness. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Which way you should look at it is that it's that Pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation could cost me such grief.
We're still on that? The accused attempted theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am a ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. That didn't really... Siren, I would not hit that. Mermaid and sirens are slightly different things. But sirens, like, literally are the soul suckers of the sea. And they say, I'm the kinky one. I don't know, I'd read it. I like reading everybody's different works. Viceley would actually post something. I don't think... I ain't judging or shaming anything, I'm just saying. I don't judge that type of thing until I actually read it. I love a good love story. I love good sauce. Doesn't have to necessarily be way out there.
It would seem that there is little remaining room for doubt.
If it's inspired, I can only make it better. Exactly. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past doesn't make her a murderer. Yeah. Take that, Dracula. Allow me to save us this fruity vintage while I save us the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. This intimate thing is smooches. There's nothing wrong with that either. The pairing is interesting enough.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summonation examination.
Slap. Yes, my lord. The Skulkins are still in the back. Thank God there's no hand-holding. Yeah, what the hell? The defense's rebuttal. Alright, well, I'll press, I guess. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, must she be guilty of murder, is what you're saying? Ah, well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Ah, well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let us not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown it, she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. Guess I was wrong. Not guilty. Motherfucker, aren't even real jurors. I never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh, yes, of course. Which I've already done. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. Never could figure it out. We still don't know what tune it plays in, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Mr. McGillen's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. If you haven't already thought of that, player, if they all have ADHD, it's possible. When 2 bullets found on the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Uh-huh, sure. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many I invited to dinner, I always tell her how to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, Dr. Cockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Well, no, Hurley has the other one. I don't have a proof for that yet. I'll keep moving. But I'll remember that. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. Now, I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I would receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me. A third bullet. It would have completely turned things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? Cockery! Alright, I need info. So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, left and right. Left in one and slightly different one on the right. Exactly! Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this. So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find, no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock! Iris, was that a threat? How can you be sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. I need proof of... I need... If only I had proof of what happened with Herlock. Alright, Mr. Old Man. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defense life's on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
Sir? Is this... Oh, is this the part? Yo, wait, is this Herlock's doctor? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about this whole time, you were operating on.
What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No. Herlock? No. Herlock?
Oh, Herlock Sholmes, by any chance. Of course.
Yes, good lord! It was a Herlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
These are not randomly selected jurors. My foot. That's crazy.
Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or the other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
Oh, okay, that's what we're saying. I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes.
Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct. It's clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. And then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door.
Is no one going to think about the fact, was Herlock's stomach really that high up? He was shot in the stomach! He was shot in the stomach. Oh my god. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally.
Ha! What do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I could do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course it did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that that bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion is that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards!
Oh my god!
Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up! And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it?
Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can someone please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
They'll think what the writers let them think it.
Where's an expert when you need one? Okay, well, I'm not going to press that right now. I need more information.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say. Stop. Excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with this, with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable come under the sea. Stop. Worldwide Communications Network. Stop.
Information transmitted from all corners of the globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves, or like she was before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments to newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? That wasn't helpful at all. I am ballistics expert. I shall speak like this so I can get the voice into. I thought you were just a tourist. He's gonna say the thing again. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a whistling tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert. You know. I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent baths of, no, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps? Da! Those! Extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Here we go! Hey, Nico, you want to go bowling? Slicing the Van Zeeks has managed to convince everyone. You have eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material, and we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna get... this is the only thing I have right now. Alright. Alright, it's not counter... Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert. Pitting... Pit-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there were no signs of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore... Actually, pretty cool to Ratatouille. A bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. A juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violet. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? The mouse. I didn't see him. I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from the doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where'd the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. Made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullets. Okay, very sharp. Okay. But that doesn't answer the question at all! Shooting happened in pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. You know. Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. Random new information! The pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. Where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch that Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Huh? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during an examination, I should inform the defense I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all other evidence related to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. Well, extremely unconventional during a examination. I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch! Is that the... I don't know. I see. So this is the pouch where Mr. Sholmes the night in question, is it? It's broken. Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded! So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It was a glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop. Interesting. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery's been solved at least. Although it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The permanent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum to solve, the court will question this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a viable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here. We're in a okay. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Okay, so let's have a look here. The pouch Mr. Sherman was wearing around the waist at the time of shooting one of the glass vials is smashed, and there were scorch marks around it. Oh my god. Why does no one check these things? Why does no one check these things? Why am I doing it? It's right there! It's right there! This vial has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit this chemical in the vial, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle. Safety at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that is when this vial broke. The chemical inside would have been ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of the Sholmes in the future. This left is the danger zone. Dude, I can't... Is it here? It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look! This must be where the bullet hit, then. Let me see. Oh my god. What the... Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it? Ah! That's the Skulkin brothers' bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there was 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. Found exactly what the juror was talking about. The third bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. My god. This is insane. Printing it with not just doing anything. Exactly! Good lord. Anything else? This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital. I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. I was checking if you had anything. Alright. I can prove it. No one else investigates because you need the credit. Allow me to show you the third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. Shot. You don't get to interrupt! What is this new curricula you Nipponese conjure? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? The pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say that the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever.
But it happened! We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, are we gonna still not question how a gut bullet wound got up in the calendar? I'm still upset about this. Oh my god, it's clearly visible. Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted to the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only one single bullet had been fired from each. Ah! But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. No, what happened? I mean, it could have been glass. I think what happened, he wasn't injured by the shot. The vial exploded. He had an explosion on the gut that sent him to the hospital. Not so much a bullet wound or a glass shard. That's not what happened. I don't think they would have found the glass. I think. And until that inconceivable inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Dude, he just died like a sexy man.
Order, order, order! While this summonation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which this case against the defendant has been built.
Yeah.
It is my prerogative that in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summonation examination.
But Jupiter... What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once!
This is such a mistrial! Dude, here they are, the 3 amigos.
Witnesses?
Governor!
Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summonation examination?
We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of it if I can't help it. Is it one of yours? No chance! I don't even know what that was said. In the case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It's just a Tovis, that's not trademark! How soon we forget poor Skulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene are originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet is fired from another gun. Where's it? Allow me. That's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. Killer Bean! He's the culprit. My lord, I think it's clear the third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. On that night at the Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up for the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun. I rest my case.
Objection!
Oh, God. What now? An accomplice, you say? Pig's will. What does that even mean? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summonation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. This is apparently wraith-like being exists. Sash! The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Ugh. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence. This accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Why do I have to name the identity? Why is that burden on me? The Skulkins are lying, I know that. This is bull. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Just from the... Well, cancel. I haven't. I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present its answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nepalese friend, despite these swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. Swell for pigs. Refuse to feed. Refuse to feed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you, Google. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make the difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of the third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of this calendar.
Oh my god. That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood, curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, by the great detective! New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. With this, you see, it doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger spray is a chemical that reacts with the different elements of people's blood that change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole new extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could it be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. My blood is P&G color. By golly! It's a good question, though, I guess. Whether we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Let me prove it, alright? Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. I thought he was going to say Nipponese friend. Who's the alleged third intruder? Here he is, stupid Egbert Benedict. My evidence has led me here. The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? What are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article to his possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, obviously it was Sasato, Egg, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Yeah, there he is. Here's a flashback for these things. Broker? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now. Yes, The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. Will you try and pull? Give me back my overcoat, you restral. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Eggy sus boy. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fella. This one's taken from his red-handed recorder gibboness. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. That's a JoJo villain if there ever was one. Ever seen Gee's former life? Oh, man, I've called him in life. I never seen him. That doesn't mean nothing. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. Of course they would. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence! I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. If you didn't remember, this is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and streaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence.
My body is ready.
My body is ready, my lord. Proof that the man who presented the picture and photograph was, in fact, the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank's. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Here's the flashback from like a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, actually. But of course, here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine! Yeah, Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! We're way better than being a music bot disc has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun? Yes. And we added the results to this portfolio. Oh, I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color on the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. The flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What now? Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A guard detection or some such. What's he going on about? And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this placing are not fit to be called evidence. I was wondering who was going to call on that, because it's so convenient we have unused technology to make this work for our favor, right? So the bloodstain turned to a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world can turn the same color. Well... The leg! And pray! Do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. Dude, I have enough evidence to get him in here, at least to talk. Come on. His ability to spawn a bottle of wine, finish its cool down. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? Check out my hot new kicks. I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summonation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
In a summonation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? Oh, he's been called out! So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, he's right.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Dang, the 10-year-old is calling out the prosecution. Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd presets of the situation from an entirely unsuspected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summonation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. If your 10-year-old can outsmart a judge regarding the rules of the court in any context whatsoever, that is ground for immediate retirement.
This is absurd!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leadings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
There we go. Well, that's enough.
2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summonation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
On account that I have been schooled by a 10-year-old elementary student. If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summonation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. God! Ugh! The way he sways, objecting to the jury, is a new low. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. I know you're pretty, but you need to calm down. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. Why? The name of the gentleman who gave himself Egbert Benedict is quite clearly false. Well, duh. But we have photo evidence of who he is! Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who is speaking? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Oh, jury number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, madam? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Conveniently, someone knows who he is. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Jury number 5, you don't mean to say. You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No! Good gracious! This is insane. Order, order, order! This is the biggest round of coincidence I've ever seen in my life! Jury number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. The odds! What are the odds of this? God literally handpicked this jury. He's a telecommunications officer. Very talented officer, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. Next, get the enemy. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. To the court will rush this for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Out to lunch! Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during recess. Bring your void chips with you. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Lunchtime. I'm getting hungry, actually. I keep saying lunchtime. I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten since this afternoon. Let's continue. I wonder if this is gonna be the final segment of the trial. Prosecutors have authority over police. That is so untrue. My chip is good. The defendant chamber. Okay, I'm gonna go and grab a snack real quick. So it could be the finale. I'm gonna do a brief intermission. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna run a quick short ad for that. And those of you who don't get the ad, you can listen to the good music. I don't have a. Okay, this one will work. This works. So I'll be back in just a moment while I get something to snack on, because I'm gonna get hungry otherwise. So I'll be back in just a moment.
I'm still meaning to get to it, Ramirez. Things are busy. So I will be getting to it soon. The panel of Aqua will now judge you. They each feel a very different emotion.
Delicious pancakes.
Mmm. Pancakes. Need Aqua eating some delicious pancakes. As it turns out, dinner was done, so it was just good timing. Orange chicken and white rice. Jenna, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Jeannie! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go all this trouble with him fight so hard, but it likes to me. What? You saw it, the picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this. The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I don't think it would have captured a scene quite like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. You're not gonna be posting any new stories, or you just don't have any in the works, is what you mean? I gotta finish reading the Origins first. Because I've enjoyed them. I wouldn't want you to not post them if you make them. I always have like a million different things that's going on. I never have time for everything. I get you. Give it time. Eventually you'll come back. Now, see, Isolate's ahead of me. So you got all your doubts about me now. Still can't think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Jeannie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, I'd like to hear it from you. Writer's block is everywhere. Alright then. Does after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Ice? We all had a chat up in the office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down straight to the 2-to-1, the Wendebank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Writer's block does suck. I was stuck on it for a long time. I don't know what it's about or nothing. If you ask me, there's something in that the Sholmes don't like. Something what don't want people reading. That's why I lied to Iris about sticking in a lug with a Wendebank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. I get reader's block too. Same. So you broke into Wendebanks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that was always going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock. I snuck inside. It was dark in there, you see. So I gave the oil lamp a count a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died. I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. I've been chapter 55 of fan fiction for like 2 years. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? The Sholmes have leave a load of papers with you, a story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady.
But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. Well, I won't fit anyway. I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it, yeah or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? It does. It's hard, honestly. Especially because like you're not sure if it will come back the more you read it. Like, is it gonna be worth coming back to? That's why I worry about with my stuff too. Then the old cove unlocked the storm door and we both went inside. It was there, alright, in mantle script. Sholmes wasn't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Genie? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main Biddle shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go take care of it. Can I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be too foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked out back into the shop. I hung back at the storeroom like he said, staring in my ears in the dark as all what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started thinking I should help, see. So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. It was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. Felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Probably passed out. Must have been you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept yelling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Genie. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Reno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon. That egg book Benedict. Yeah, rude piece of work. Still remember that how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. I know when it's time to read. There's something so powerful about that statement, Ramirez. I enjoy it. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave all in Reno's capable hands now, Genie. Confirmation of it is good. Miss Nara Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilligan. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you had to bog trot off with him, even when he was a killer. The art does help. No, I can never forget that. Oh. Like, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of the error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you I'd be on your side at the bitter end. No matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. The boy, one more time! Kazuya! Rinosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside of me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. The pictures always help. Sometimes it's better than descriptions. But I was wrong. I miss him. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. This is a different stance for her. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diva and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilligan. I know that. Yeah. That's right, you're our friend, Jeannie. Oh, Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we needed to know. Exactly! Miss Narado, Aw. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Lunchtime's over. Oh, the music. I had been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another, putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. I hope you're watching over me too. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Let's go. Let's go get him! Take a few more bites. I'm hungry. I can't really eat this during reading. Yeah, we're a minute late. We're gonna be losing in trouble. Never forget, Kazuma. He's standing further away. I should probably mute my mic. Give me a sec. I hereby call to order we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. The tears, they don't stop flowing. Mr. Lord Van Zinks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Oh, I see. Now let's turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The graying emission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense is criminal as zealous as the blood, He makes for a compelling argument. I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Thump you. Huh! It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Oh, she's mad! She gonna pull the Glock out on the judge! My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived at the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I'll be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Girl, calm down. You have complied with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain to me what all this is about. You were apprised by the situation of the court officer on his way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know? Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. Having a night, Sora. You respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh, God. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Dude, this dude, he's... A whole opponent. Next thing under oath means anything to these guys. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting that I concluded with these thugs breaking into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if a certain parties here are present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scammer detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as such serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem that I have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Time to pop one, Iris. It's calling caps. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Rinosuke Naruhado, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... Oh my... Yo! Ah! Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I am not holding your flashy hat while we do. Yo, the hat is off!
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place. In the afternoon, the day in question. He's too powerful. Though, of course, you're introduced by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edward Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witnesses have to testify about the events that took place that night. I wonder who the stand user is. He has no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. He was wanting to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Look at this man. But are you... Okay. Dude, look at them, look at him.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? See, look, they're looking at him. No, he's not. No, I do not associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made out this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyers there, the black. This is a farce! Posing! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work at a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, he just didn't even answer.
Hold it!
Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire. Certainly. It was not the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? The burden of proof is with me.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you to appear into a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your education that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. We need to prove this man's the bad guy. Basically. That's not going to be working. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has probably identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different chemicals like spam. He's a science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. Great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
You have something to say about Mr. Skulkin. You want me? No, then Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Call me blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Maybe thoughts? I ain't got none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing else, Governor, nothing. I was just thinking. We ain't waved his arm out that much more. He'll open up the wound again, that's all. My God. What wound? We took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't like it's gonna be healed up yet. My God. The biggest blunder. So I wasn't, well, you know, I was worried for him and dude. Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or whereabouts. Or apparently the gut, if we're going to believe this nonsense. We're going to just gloss right past that. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved with this. I never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery wherever this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibake's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that his last statement be added to the Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Photographic evidence. Continue with your blah blah blah, Mr. Grayson. The bottom line is I never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. I don't even need to press. I need to press that. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Why don't I have it? This is. Why don't I have that piece of evidence?
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is that right?
Oh my God, please.
Excuse me!
What, we just not gonna use the photo as the proof he was there? Why? That's too smart, I guess, for these idiots. Inspector. Come again, sunshine? You're there too, in fact. Weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbroker that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Oh, well, now. What? Yeah, I don't remember too clearly. You're nonsense. What? You're lying. This is horse trash. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. But you'll lie and pretend you don't remember something you do. Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the window banks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. Why don't we just start with this? At no point have I denied that fact. That's not true. That's not true. I went into the shop to peruse the articles on sale, and I have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Dude, he fled from the officers! And of course the officers don't remember. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything.
Well,
1 second. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat. I don't think he has any intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Oh, well, I hit the wrong button. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yep, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. That's now be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. What are we missing? I don't think this is going to be anything important. For Mr. McGillen. It's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Reno? Yeah, or rather mistakenly defended. When did you drew back on this disc? It's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. You have to pop your two prints here to start with, you see, and then you look through the eyepieces. See mentioned 3 dimensions. For one thing, right, is to get the position right of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Okay. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information would be a valuable weapon. Oh, tiny scrap. No, I didn't mean to do that. That is not what I meant to do.
Objection! Is that right?
We're not going to get anything else out of him, are we? Okay. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, I know. I didn't want to hit that button. Where's his pawn ticket? Which one is this one? Which one was this from again? Small box. That's what I'm thinking it's going to be is. Nope. Never mind.
Hold it!
I'm going to try something different. Maybe if I go this way.
Is that right?
Well, I know that doesn't do anything. Sorry? You could do it to somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket. That won't get you anywhere, Runo. Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Winbeck never wrote the names of his customers on the redemption tickets. You can't prove the ticket was his. Oh, of course. He's right. I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. So what do I have that's irrefutable that he was there? And I can't use the blood stuff. Alright, what do we have that can work? Maybe if I... Is this open? Oh, look at that! It's totally changed shape. There's no button press. Well, that is what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys. It says the 10-year-old girl. You know, you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? I was hoping there might be something inside of the stereoscope that might prove helpful. But I can't prove that it's his blood. I'm gonna try something slightly different. I'll speak to the officer on a different statement he reacts to.
Is that right? Excuse me.
This is the same line, isn't it? This is the same cock and bull. I know it needs more voice acting. It's so... Alright, I have an idea. This one doesn't make as much sense, but we'll give it a try. I'll try presenting the disc that he wanted so badly, and see if it gets a reaction.
Objection.
There we go. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? He's just gonna deny it. This is why I didn't do this. As I have iterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice. but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. The skirmish required the disc. The thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that there bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. Is this really what's... Oh my god, this is dumb. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Mr. Graydon? I fear there's nothing of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. No, I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, "For Mr. McGillen," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once at the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. That's not true either. Did I hear you correctly, sir? Mr. McGillen, you say, the famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying you were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Not really, Ramirez. I'm sure it'll come running back soon. Well, certainly didn't expect to hear that name under here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGillen himself gave instructions to deposit at Windibanks. Oh yeah, Mr. Graydon here claiming the disc belongs to him, then isn't it? So, in all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on the McGilligan disc for some reason. Did it ever? Counsel, you commence your cross-examination, please? Get to work. I need to know.
Hold it!
You care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, the communications officer, as such myself, commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, a little need to make use of the service by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question, which we've already proved in the first part of this case that it wasn't even his. You claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note on it that reads from Mr. McGillen. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box. Mr. McGillen at the Gentleman's Club of the city, and I was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. Though this in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised Mr. McGill to hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Tina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. McGill has threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that we dig too deeply here. It's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? The original drink was stolen by the accused, the filthy gutterling, on the day in question. Oh wait, I want to go back and press it.
Hold it!
Jane, Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag. That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in salabros areas of her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to the Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGillen's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. I'll continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Alright. Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGillen.
Is that right?
Yeah, Mr. Inspector. Something wrong, Inspector. Oh, well, what do you mean? The last remark that Mr. Gray had made his husband seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGillen's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly! You should know all about that! Magnus McGillen, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to the public life, yet he had a dark side, too. Where you go with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's this all about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Hey, Splat, how's it going? Oh.
A valuer was brought by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilligan's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may have recalled that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop than that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. It's going alright. How about yourself? Wait, I already said that. So there was nothing of Mr. McGill's in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. This dude's pearly white teeth. The Leaf were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGillen as well. Why Inspector Grayson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. He's being very strange about all this. We have reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Do I have proof of that? I mean, I think I'm sure I know what I'm doing, but here we go. Totally not doing algebra 2 homework. Well, clearly not. You're here. This disc was deposited in Windibanks on Magnus McGillen's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. Ha! But that's not true. What? Mr. McGillen had another article at Pawn and Windibanks, as the second pawnbroker ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGillen in one Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ha! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. He was suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. That means that, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Ziegs? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank Pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Let's go, baby! Guilty till proven innocent! Righteous! Inspector, show the photograph prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, just using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter when Mr. Winterbank received his customers. Now the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed on sale as forfeited. According to information on this ticket, Mr. McGillen's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on April 13th to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's all. That's at 11 p.m. on April 15th. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. Then we have another print. Take about 2 hours after the incident. I see. We have 2 pictures to compare. You might be able to pull it up on a browser, Splat. There's a Discord browser extension. Now, I must say that placing the items side by side leaves me cold. I started making my headache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. You may have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. Counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! Blasted back into the wall. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he's stolen Mr. McGillen's pawn packs. Wiggle, wiggle, jiggle. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? More like eating a lot of bread. More like hella bread, bottomless bread, like the breadsticks at what's it called? At Olive Garden. So, counsel, later the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what's your position? In question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You accept the prosecution's assertion. Sorry. No. Could be something hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? I'm gonna say yes. Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 prints? Wrong button.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh, yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You get the cross-eyed compulsion. Jury number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Aha! Wow, these guys are just terrible at their jobs, aren't they? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? Also, that photograph said 2:12 a.m. You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Look at it. The picture turned into 12 a.m. How does that even make sense? Oh, it's because it's at 11 and 2 a.m. Okay, never mind.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. But Scotland Yard sucks at their job. There's one minor discrepancy between them. What?!
when you visit the picture stereoscopically. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. What's me? What? Unbelievable! I had the wrong voice, sorry. By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! Oh my god! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillen's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillen is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. The thing was stolen. Which means quite simply is that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, Mr. McGillen's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved change things? It changes everything. It always changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was the small box, or a small box. In other words, you have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it here in further examination. What does it mean? But why would you put it back? We should have a report within half an hour. And perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. They're so stanced up. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. Since this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to a Mr. McGilligan from the pawnbrokery. Mr. McGilligan. Yet common sense tells us none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGillen's perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. In a trial which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that the upstanding member of society has his reputation implies, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Trying to throw shade on us. The articles of this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. The black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. This just popped in my head. What if the box is a music box? That would mean a lot of things. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. Not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows if Mr. McGillen was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash in a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. I know that song.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Fire! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles ponder this fine citizen should have.
Well, counsel, what's your argument? Is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to prove that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? I had a thought too, died of loneliness. Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. You know Mr. McGillen's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, I have to acknowledge that Mr. McGillen's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Jeannie, could it be that Van Zeke knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of things that Mr. McGillen deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. We have to do it. What's the right thing to do here? We have to have her testify at this point. If we don't, like you said, it's gonna come out, especially if Zeke knows it, it's gonna come out. We have to do it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits for the arrival of Mr. McGillen's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGillen, my lord. Gilded. It's gilded. It doesn't roll off the tongue very well. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you are proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
No! The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness to hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection.
The violin, by the way, in this song is so good. I never mention it, but it's just there.
So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness currently may step down until further notice.
I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish.
Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. This is gonna be difficult.
Oh, they're both up there.
The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in the Windibanks pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
Bruno on Bruno. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped down through the skylight to the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat in a carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of the unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But, remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Jeannie, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Irish? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down to about his ears. So be it. What is he on? I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. Gillen's pawn articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth. A commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Fump you, old man. This is it then. Everything is going to come out. Like Van Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. This has got to be harsh. The truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in a habit of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went and called a cut slops. That's when Mr. McGillen slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to the testimony 2 months ago.
Your Honor, I'm surprised you can remember the testimony from 2 months ago. Let's be fair. You are an old man. As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance. I may have educated an error in Mr. McGillen's trial. It's very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. No, it was a farce. Were all lies? McGillen was brought to the court, just like that Pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They're all in on it together.
You're wrong, you all lot of you. Mr. Norado, the lawyer there, he didn't do nothing about it. Humbug.
I don't think so.
Are we really expected to believe that?
He stitched one up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. Lights have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGillen's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may be well worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhado.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. This is not even fair. I mean, Mr. Naruhado.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
What do you mean, like, defense lawyers don't lie in general anyway? What is with this nonsense?
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Dude, what are these two doing?
Look at them! They're having a secret conversation! I don't believe this! Something dirty's going on. I don't like it.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGillen was the sole passenger, did you not?
McGilden, sorry. False testimony, my lord. That's why you told me I had to say. But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGillen and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
We know what they were about. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder and started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. Then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. That's when the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat and I saw the disc on the floor. Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, Mr. McGilden picked it up pretty smartish. And he sat me in the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. That's why, the way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where he lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yes, right. First there was some kind of rapping noise. They were rap battling? All of a sudden, okay, I can just press.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. Then they screamed. The driver pulled up the horses and Mr. McGilden dumped me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the cage came to an halt and two cows from the roof ran to fetch off the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Mick Gilden and the driver and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard a cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. fellow went by the name of Beepo, if memory serves. He doesn't even look like a real old man, almost. What did Mick Gilden and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilden slipped the diver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, say something to no one about what I seen or heard. Okay, I need to press this. That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilden took off his coat and gave the driver. Before we're all up careful like a hint before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, coat and Watts ain't gonna be worth a few bob. Yeah, Jenna was sure the disc must be worth more than what Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilden flashed some brass in his face. He went off and on the tick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the Dragon's cabin. He's told me not to snitch. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. The scrapper. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. He said if I didn't show up to get the ticket and me off in 2 months past, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug. Stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGill did have done such a thing? Despite his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, makes no sense at all. There would seem to only be one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had driver deposit with the banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. These two are just really suspicious. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Jeannie's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this file is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hold on.
Hold it!
I want to see if just talking to them.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything I gotta talk with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. They've been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. That was what I needed to do. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilden took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, so precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilden's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after this trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why should I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He probably was gonna sell it. And you ain't gonna blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship was requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir! The Great Ace Omnibus Chronicles. Pretty much. I don't like what those two have been doing on the side. The mysterious little box deposited by Mick Gilden 2 months ago. Now, my mind, the key piece of this far-fetching puzzle. Yo, we gotta go. Oh god, but do I keep going at this point? Oh no! Oh my god. Luigi's just trying to get some shrooms, man. I really think this is probably going to be the last stretch. I really think this is a music box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilden 2 months ago. And on the night in Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. There you go. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilden's disc, deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilden's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilden? Raise his hand. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the soft atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Shut up, Inspector. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! The piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Oh, let's see. Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen.
It's probably Morse code.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. Dance. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues.
No, hold on.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Because music, I mean, even music, how does it have a new clue? It could be a clue, yeah. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. It doesn't have any meaning whatsoever.
That does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, courtling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you suppose this woeful chiming has on the case? If the defense believes that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now you've told us that they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are, to enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, come on. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that as fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. That face. What? God, I hate that. I hate that expression, but I love it. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. That's the point. Alright, well, the music box isn't broken. It must be that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Most workers' credit card number. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something has just struck me, Runo. I feel like we've, recently, in the past few hours even, heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I love these two so much. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. Only one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof at this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get for the fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. They phrase, the evidence that explains its true nature. This sounds in this music box disc is... Wait. Oh, shoot. What do I have? Wait. Wait. Oh, hello! Welcome, Raiders, to the stream. And Norman, thank you for coming into the stream. I was a little bit distracted with the analytical situation I'm dealing with. How's everybody today? I hope everyone is good. We are in the middle of the final trial of the first half of the Great Ace Attorney. I'm in the middle of trying to think very hard. Okay, is it gonna be this? It's the... Alright. Classified secrets may have been overly seized from Ministry Justice. Alright. That wasn't what I was going for, but that might be the only evidence I have to suggest it. Because nothing else... I was expecting to do the Morse code, thing, but it seems I'm gonna have to present evidence, and that's the only thing that looks like it could be it. Alright. Today's paper council! The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I learned that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh! Me, sir? Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? There we go. Telegraph thingy. You don't mean to say. Is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Dun 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 dun. The brain cells are kicking in, but I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? That would be quite the thing, wouldn't it? Order, order, everyone, please, order! But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Oh, the mouse is so cute. That's sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Miss McGilden perished, and an all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. The interpreter mouse is confused too. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away! Uh-oh.
Objection.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny is the trial of the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being the most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... What? Wait, who called? Who yelled? It's these two? Why are you... Go, let's have a rabbit pilking there, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name is Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name is Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we know what they call.
What are they doing?
The three Skulkin brothers.
Do it. Look at him.
Yeah! Yes, look at him. I love it. I can't. This witness stand is too big. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh, you're gonna be crazy. Are they all up here?
Graydon's counter.
I'm a mere communications officer. Couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGillen anyway, was it not? And no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night like you told us to do. If we know there was some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Is Jenna up there anymore? This is insane.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up?
Oh my god. They had to get a bigger witness stand. Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. They said that...
Just do it. Just tell him now. We did, Gove! We did!
Oh my god, their pose from the front is so funny. Quiet down, please! What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
He's gonna... I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rot! I can't get mixed up on all this monkey business. You never said enough about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was at? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Dun 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 dun.
Alright, it's time to start pressing the news. I love how massive this witness stand is. Alright, well, let's see what you say about that, Mr. Communications Officer. So this is the newspaper headline. Is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? Yeah, I love those two so much. I don't know why, but I do. What do you mean by that? Many important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff and the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Oh, let me guess. J number 5.
We regular community efforts aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. So you've had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, and they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent encrypted. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. Wow, this woman is really damning to his case, isn't it? That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. They're not even Morse code, then what are they? They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. Wow. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before choosing aspirations in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. God. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things could slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't just considered? Okay, let's have a look at this. See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box when the man deposited at window banks? Couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. This is insane. We have a button! Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Oh, open it! Alright then, here it goes. Wait, look at that! There's another movement on the other side! So, does that mean you can play another set of disc on the back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, that's why they were talking about 2 discs. Who would have thought there would be a second movement under the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth of these 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different than the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. but the notes they produce are different. The music box, they only play 2 notes. I was hoping it would update. Okay. Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of the government's secrets. That's a belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, can have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, okay. I have to do this part again. Oh my god. I literally just saw this. Oh my god, come on! I literally read all of this. Why can't I fast forward it this time? Oh, I forgot to present. I can't skip! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm being punished for being smart.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code covers of 2 tones, the short dot and the long dash. With the second disc in place, this music dot could be used to generate Morse code and give him a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry? This poetry's for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. So, of course, I may learn if we're able to present the court with the second disc. That would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that the evidence has pointed out he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill 2 months ago, striking a deal over discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do with it. I just tongue-tied myself. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Welcome back, Ramirez. Enjoy your nap. As though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case, there must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low-cost preparation. Okay, yeah.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilden killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. This is talking a lot, taking a lot. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? Must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilden and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I haven't far more class than that. The old brickmaker from the artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer
If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us continue the witness's testimony.
Look, all we're done breaking into the gaff the other night like you told us to.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. What else, eh? Silly mean thought we just popping off from Nether over all them years. But the rod had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? He's a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh! No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother said to me just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. Used to have a white old laugh together way back then, when? Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now, his fancy whistle and flute, you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? He was always a wary one. He had brains, he had savvy. Always come up with small ideas and what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Middleton and Shulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, he's asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. Yeah, he done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we return our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Can that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add to the testimony. Just do it. My lord?
Yes, counsel?
He sounds so fed up. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to the case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. Skulkin's never skulking. Middleton and Skulkin's milk run. God, those were the days. People? How do I switch to people? Hey, hang on. So, I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down on the way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside the front door, it would leave them for you full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action. Got people inside for us. Promised to deliver milk for half the price the other Jesus doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the door line. We were ranking it in there we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, when you off your walk, we had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, we all had one going simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over, see? Our customers empty us with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. Doodle, right? Oh my god. I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just almost bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not as armless as you put it.
Well, it was what came up with the idea. Ash is an evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book, and when we was growing up, said he was gonna give himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Cool, I all ragged him about it, and we told him he was sauced in the head. You'd think it. But look at him now. He's only gonna make him a blanket communication office, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. That wasn't helpful, was it? All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks with a serious matter of international security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jeannie overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon on the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Wonder if the key to making headway with this cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Alright, let's go for the name. The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Sulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought I could have a call because you have worked that one out. That is...
Hold it.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't...
Objection.
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at that mention of the name Milverton when you decided to interject? But because well... You want the Apple lists of the homes that came over from? Yeah, this old man was struggling for money so much, is why I talked him in on him. Took the name Graydon then. See? Bash will always be a Milverton to us. What, he took his wife's name? Milverton. So, that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born! You really think you can rely on the testimony of two thieves, You are a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden we see... Alright. Okay, so that was a useful information. Okay, so... Let's see. Yo, wait a minute. Mason's last name was Milverton. He's related to the victim of the first. This is crazy. Oh man, everybody disappeared. I've been abandoned. Okay, so where do I deal with this? Oh, that's not it? That's not where I put that? Dang it, what? Oh, I have no relation to the man. I'm an idiot.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ha! I don't! As I believe to have mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. Why am I pointing at the prosecution? The new facts and events unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Also, I gotta check something real quick. I need to see how much, if I can figure out how much longer this case is. Let me see this. Oh, this is the last segment of the case. I just wanted to double check. It feels weird. I feel like I'm gonna be finishing this alone. Maybe I should save the rest for a different stream. I'm not even sure at this point. Okay, so you collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon conducted this elaborate scheme of using two music box sticks to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credit whatsoever. Was the deal with McGilded went sour, and the bookmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder into the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. It was rather dangerously discriminated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof
of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. He's bleeding. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Windibank's pawnbrokery. You think he would have gotten his shot fixed? Wanted the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstance whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some coming back some thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Well, well, well. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from the Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh! The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night was you!
Hold it!
He's not going down. You little upstart! You made a great mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightfully say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you ever consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What do you thought? What possibility? Possibly that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the Pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem that we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminating yourself as a killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. I think that's where I'm going to end it.
because there's too much left. So, I hate to end right here. I'm not sure who all is still here, but okay, the last save was like 40 minutes ago. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna apologize in advance for those who watch this in post. I just, I don't want to, finish at 1 in the morning with nobody here. If that makes sense. So if anyone happens to be watching back the trial up to this point in post, what we're gonna do the next time I stream this game, and it will be the last one for this case, we're gonna finish up the case next time. I'm probably gonna start back from the to be continued segment. We'll backtrack a little bit, and it'll work almost as a refresher, and then we'll finish the entire rest of the game next time. I don't know how much longer the trial itself is gonna go on, and I don't know how many freaking cutscenes we're gonna have afterwards. So that's the plan we're gonna go for next time. I was gonna stop at the last junction. I probably should have, but I honestly thought we'd have so much more to go. But I guess we just don't have as much as I thought. I should have checked, though. That's my own fault for not checking that ahead of time. So, for those of you watching in post, I'm sorry for the next stream. We'll be retracing a little bit of old ground, and especially those of you who may or may not be rewatching on YouTube. If I do, I'll try to put in a timestamp of where we will pick back up. So, in the next stream or episode or whatever the heck you want to call it, I don't really know. Because I don't know who all is seeing the post stuff here. I could be talking to any period of time right now. So, the next time we stream this game, it'll be the finale. And, yeah. So, I thank you guys for watching. Join me tomorrow night, for those who are still here. Join me tomorrow night where we're going to go into the Bug Fables post-game. That's what's coming up next. I don't know how long the post-game will be for that. Could be one stream, could be multiple. I'm not exactly sure. But I'll be seeing you tomorrow for Bug Fables. So until then, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Bye-bye, everyone, and have a good night.